no, 歩き。じゃあ、歩き。じゃあ、でもありがとうね。Hello, hello everybody. Blizzard Ice, welcome in. Sailor Venus, welcome in. Good to see everybody. How's everyone doing today? Kashiwa bin? I'm not sure if I'm not sure if clipping helped or hurt. I need to go back through and check the stability since I've changed straps. Good evening, Citrong, how are you? I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna get a cola. I'm trying to think if there's a Family Mart on the way. I would much prefer a Pepsi than a... I guess I can get a Cola Zero. It's always an option. Stop at the My Basket. Get a Cola Zero. I want to sit at a park for a little bit, and then I want to... It's too hot to sit outside with groceries. Like, especially the chicken and the milk and stuff, yogurt. That'll all go bad. So, I like to sit at a park for a little bit, and then go to the grocery store, get groceries, head home, cook lunch, and then probably end stream. I think we have... I need to double check. I need to message someone at Twitch and see about the front page. If we can get front page on like the day that we're leaving, or starting our trip rather, that might be what we need to do. But at the same time, it's not worth like waiting an extra month. If I have to wait 90 days, it means I have to start in June, and that's not ideal. It's less than ideal, that's for sure. Because rainy season in Shikoku is probably no joke. Rainy season means clouds. Clouds mean less coverage. It's a whole thing. So, but I am thinking about maybe we could end it if I start like, was it May 14th or 15th or something? In June 15th. We'd get hit by a little bit of the rainy season, but we could end the big walk on a front page day, which would also be, I think, also just good, you know, as far as doing something cool. Obviously, getting it on a day that we left for a big trip would be better, more ideal. But, and then if we did one in June, I think that means we'd be eligible for one, let's see, June to July, July to August, August, September. Yeah, I think we'd be eligible for another one in September, October. So Evergreens, hello, welcome in. The YouTube video was awesome. We'll have a part 2. Oh, thank you very much. So yes, it'll have, I texted Lyle actually texted me this morning. We've been sharing some messages. He said, finally, the Sensei lore dropped. Yes, knock on wood, but I'm hoping to, at this point, I think weekly updates are something I can realistically aim for. It might be every like 10 days sometimes, depending on how complicated it is. But part 2 is coming, yes. Part 2, part 3. I don't know, there's a few things that are moving though. One, I actually need to make a video talking about, maybe it's just an Instagram video and a YouTube Shorts video. Maybe it's not a full-length video. I need to advertise this next walk I'm going on. Otherwise, it's kind of not a waste, but I have some ideas on how to do that. I don't know necessarily. I think maybe I don't need to do a full YouTube video for that. But yeah, I think we're gonna start off. I'm gonna do it prefecture by prefecture, and I've been rewatching some of the old VODs. Unfortunately, the first like 2 or 3 days, signal was really, really bad at that, like down there. My stuff was not working, and so the good news, bad news is that I can tell a lot of stories and then pulling from the later stuff. Like for the guy who gave us coffee, I think day 5 or day 6. You know, little tidbits of, because I want to talk about how, you know, I had been living in Tokyo, and so my image of 7-Eleven or Lawson, my image of, actually, you know what? We're gonna Pocari Sweat, I think. Let's see. I don't know if we want a big one or a small one. Well, we need to get a big one. Cost performance this way. So we'll just get a big one, because I think it's, how much is a cola? Yo, this place doesn't even have cola. There's no way. No regular size colas? You buy the big one? You buy a small one? Alright, well, I guess it's our sign that it's a Pocari Sweat day. No, I've talked about it. I really liked editing, but Lyle and I were talking. He said he sent me a message. He's like, yeah, that's what you learn about content. It's really, really fun to shoot, but it's like awful to edit. And I had a really good time. I actually had a pretty decent time. So the problem is, like, I have a lot of stuff I want to say, and so getting it down to a digestible amount where it's like, that's the hardest part. Because even that, I got it down to 16 minutes, 16 minutes, 11 seconds. It could have easily been 20 to 25. I was aiming for 15. You know, so that's one thing I'm I'm gonna have to get better at like how to tell things succinctly, maybe. Unless it is just a pure yap sesh, in which case, you know, we'll make it happen. But okay, hold on. What are the calories? Calories, I think, are a bit less, but sugar is about the same. Oh no, it's probably about the same. Because of what? A bottle of... I'd have to check. This is probably about 400 calories. Nah, more than that. Huh? No. 25 times 9. Times 10 is 250, 225. So this is less per 100 liters. I think it could be on the front page for both leaving the trip and ending the trip. If I did a thing where, like, again, I don't know the rules about it, and I don't know if I apply, because again, we've talked about this, and it's like the worst they can say is no, but at the same time, if they're like, oh man, this guy's pestering us, but I'm like, it's a Sunday at 4 p.m. slot. Nobody wants this type of thing. Because that's Monday morning for me, which is prime walking time. I watched like 2 seconds of the video and left like that. Wait, you left or you left a like? Either way, both work. I'm not gonna like... it's funny, I talked to Y-Chain about this because I was really proud when I posted it, and I sent it to her before I like posted it, and then she like didn't watch it, and then she's like, yeah, because I've heard this story 1,000 times. She said I went and hit the like button though, and I was kind of like slightly, I don't know if annoyed is the right word, but I was slightly like, sokka, all right. So I understand not everyone's gonna, I mean, a lot of people, especially chat regulars, have probably heard the story a bunch of times in some way or form. It goes a bit more into detail, but it's not everyone's cup of tea, you know. I understand that. I would highly appreciate if people went and liked it though. That's that would be very, very beneficial to me. I wonder if I can lay this out just a bit more. No? Left a like, thank you. Fill the Garbage, thank you very much for the raid. Let me, oh, thank you very much, Tron. What were you up to at Garbage's house today? Max, good to see you. Voodoo Cowboy, good to see you. Fill the Garbage, good to see you. I haven't watched it yet, but I'll probably watch the full, even though I know the lore like the back of my hand. I do get to go a little bit more into, I talk about a little bit about my mom. Well, actually, the Frog in the Well thing is something I don't really talk about to a lot of people because I don't want to say it's like embarrassing or anything, but Cheech and Chong, and then we played marbles. Hell yeah. Well, I'm very thankful for the raid as always. Very appreciative to see all the mids. I did post my, I don't know if, is there a place to post YouTube videos in the Mid-Hunter Discord? Anyway. It was amazing, the Cheech and Chong video. Or the Cheech and Chong album. Pretty much where everything is best, yeah. We were pretty good. Yep, with Marvel's Nostalgic. My feedback is the reason I didn't watch it because I didn't know what it was from about the title, but left like support the cause. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, no, that's another thing. I do agree that I like the title a lot because it's very symbolic to me or very important to me, but I do realize that a lot of people are gonna be like, what the fuck does this mean? Yep, archive channel starting to pump out the VODs. Yeah, thank you very much, Purple Flip. No. All criticism is welcome. All criticism, all feedback, all honesty. That's, you know, I'm very new to this. And so if you do watch it, please let me know if you're like, well, this wasn't very good or that wasn't very good. Or obviously, if you're like, oh, you talk too much. That's not feedback. That's just criticism. Like, constructive criticism is fine, but just criticism is not really what I'm looking for. The title, because the title is pretty much one of the big reasons how I ended up in Japan. And for me, that was very, there's a whole saying to it, and actually one of my Japanese followers today commented on my Instagram post. They said, well, the whole thing is, 井の中の蛙大海を知らず されど空の青さを知る, which the full thing is, the frog in the well knows not of the great ocean, but it knows how beautiful the blue sky is. And, or it knows how, well, not the beautiful, it knows how blue the sky is, or he knows the blueness of the sky. And it's like, yeah, that's the full saying of it, but it's kind of like, that's not what I was really, like, that type, when you say the full saying, it's like, it's being happy, but most people, 99% of the people, are not going to know the second part. So it's kind of like, yes, that guy is 100% correct. The full saying is that, but for the story I'm telling and for what got me here, for my experience to get me to Japan, I was the frog in the well. I was a kid in Western Oklahoma. I hadn't really traveled. I'd really never traveled outside of, like, America. Sorry, I traveled out of Oklahoma, but never traveled out of America except for, like, a Carnival cruise. And so I felt like at 22, I felt like a frog in the well. I felt like there was this big world, and I haven't really left the well, so to speak. Again, I'm not condemning or, you know, telling people that they should also leave the well, but at the time, I felt like I felt claustrophobic to a sense. What we up to? We're about to get some groceries, and then I don't know if we're going to drink all this Pocari Sweat, because I'll have to go to the bathroom for sure if I did that, but But when you say it, because again, if you Google it, you'll never even see the blueness of the sky part until like a couple pages in. The first several pages will just have the frog in the well knows not of the great ocean. Even when you type it into like dictionaries, it won't pop up with the blueness of the sky part. And so it is kind of like, because it is, if you say, well, the frog in the well knows not of the great ocean, but still knows the blueness of the sky, it's kind of like, it's almost an opposite meaning. That's like, oh, you're still happy in the well because you can see how blue the sky is. Spring cleaning, nice. I did some spring cleaning. Also, I watched Porco Rossi, Akai no Buta, the Ghibli film. I haven't watched a lot of Ghibli films, and Y-Chan found out that you can rent them for like 90 yen for a week. And so I think we're going to burn through a lot of them. Porco Rosso. Thank you very much, Newhouser. That's right. Because in the whole movie, they just call him Porco. They call him Porco Rosso once. And then all the other time, Porco! Another Ghibli film that I feel like... Again, I've only watched a couple. But I told, like... The movie was good. But had they done, like, throughout the film, if they had included, like, 5 to 10 more minutes of story, like, I understand, you know, Ghibli wants, or Miyazaki wants to have, or actually, I don't know who wrote that, actually. I don't know if Miyazaki wrote it, but I don't want to spoil it for anyone who hasn't seen it. Well, honestly, it does. I will say it's definitely like I have this rule that I don't stop movies unless it go to the bathroom or something. But if I watch a movie, regardless of how great it is or regardless of how shitty it is, like I force myself to watch it because like I can still learn, even if it's a bad movie. If I put in the effort to start the movie, then I will finish the movie. Now, that said, I do avoid, like, hilariously bad movies. Or, I guess not hilariously bad. If they're hilariously bad, then I can still get comedy from it. But if I, like, know a movie is bad or I know I'm not going to like a movie, then I just don't watch it. Miyazaki, well, he's Miyazaki. I don't know if he wrote it. That's the... I know he definitely was involved with it, but I don't know... If I do that, I just end up, because tired travelers don't want, that is one thing. Yes, so Newhouser is correct. That's one thing in the opening credit, or I guess before the DVD menu, it said this is sponsored by JAL something something tourism something something. I didn't really look. Didn't want to have an in-depth story. The problem is that it leaves you wanting more. I mean, it kind of wraps it up. Not that it doesn't leave you wanting more, but it does want you to, you know, at least for me, like slightly explain about the curse a little bit more. That's it. That's my only thing. And is it a real curse, or is it his, whenever he's grumpy at the world, he's a pig, and whenever he's content with humanity, he gets to turn back into a human? I don't know. It's a whole thing, but it's cute. Very cute. Also, ripped off Howard the Duck. I don't know about that. I don't know Howard the Duck. I think for Shikoku, what I'm gonna do I guess it's unofficial, but what I could do, part of me really wants to do a full perimeter of the full island, but I think if I did that, it would take way too long, or it would take the same amount of time, but I would push myself too hard. So I think what I'm gonna do is set the rule at 32 days, 32,000 steps a day, over 32,000 steps a day. So if I get to a certain point and there's no lodging or there's no anything, if I've walked 32,000 steps, I can take public transportation. So it's a joke. Oh, I don't know. I don't know Howard the Duck. Because that would allow me to make a full rotation. Well, I don't know. We'll see. We're gonna get new shoes Wednesday or Thursday, I think. See, I should have drawn this tree, chat. This big tree. Tree I drew yesterday was too small. Or too delicate. Is it too late to draw this one? No, I could draw another one. But I think I'm going to avoid trees. I'm going to only stick to buildings or rough approximations of people or I messaged our friend Rick. I still think you should draw chat like a French girl. I think that implies nudity, and I would rather not. I did Cloud Pumper. Cloud Pumper is probably, if he's not my oldest friend, he's definitely back there. Who would beat out Cloud Pumper as far as oldest friend? Maybe Marshall. Marshall visited us. He was on stream a couple years ago. Maybe Marshall. It's about the same time. All right. After this ad break, we'll get up and walk a bit. We'll take the long way to get groceries. We'll go down, cut up, circle back, and get groceries, go back and cook. Just gonna cook some chicken, probably. Chicken and rice. I do appreciate everyone being here. I really do. And like I said, if even if you don't end up watching the YouTube video, watch it for like 30 seconds and then click like, and that would really, really help me. Okay, here's a question, I guess. Do you think if I move the title to the front and then move the Japanese stuff to the back, move to Japan with no plans up at the front, that would probably be better? I think a lot of people are going to be like, because it's too long. It's too long in the... It's too long. I think swapping it would help. All right. I think I can do that from my phone, no? Manage videos. I'll be honest, I'm probably not going to change the thumbnail. I also deleted the in 2016. I'm going to make people at least read it. JWGS0010. Thanks for the follow. Such a nice day out. Yeah, it's pretty gorgeous. Once the ad break is done, we're going to start walking again. Did you get the groceries? No. We're gonna, no, I wanted to sit, because I didn't want to get the groceries and then sit in the park. So we're gonna take the long way to get the groceries. We're gonna go, instead of, I think it's like 10, 15 minutes from this park, we're gonna go do a big loop. Inksby, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Ad break is finishing, okay. Might actually run to the bathroom, because if we take the long way, how the plastics are full too. If we take the long way, there's no toilet until after the groceries, and I don't want to go to the grocery. I don't want to get. I don't want to have to go to the bathroom with my hands full type of stuff, and I want to put groceries on the toilet floor. I told myself I was going to drink it all, but I did. Okay. I need to get a flyer about whatever this is. Hirobyoin. Hold on, BRB. All right, let's get out of here. Oh no, wet hands equals can't unclip. Okay. Hey, what's up, Jose? Sorry, I went to the bathroom. The plastics are full and you need to go to the bathroom. Okay, we got all our stuff. Hi, arigatou gozaimasu.ああ、わかりました。ありがとうございます。はい。I need to read about this first before I sign anything. Say 22. It's talking about Bunkyoku Otsuka Hongamon. I'll have to check it out later. It's a lot of like medically related kanji that I am not familiar with. Medical and like political kanji. So, but I've seen them out a couple of times. I think it's talking about the healthcare. I didn't take you to the bathroom? No one wants to see that. How you doing, buddy? Long time no see. We were just talking about Cloud Pumper actually just a second ago. Pretty much I mentioned Cloud Pumper's name and then you popped in. I think I need to change that. I think need to come see you. Let me know. Like I said, I have a big walking trip coming up soon, and then I want to do a bike trip in the fall. But please let me know in advance, and then we can make that happen. Because I say it was 28 degrees Fahrenheit. What? Pup is a bit more stable. Oh, I 100% understand. No biggie. No biggie. Like I said, just letting me know, because some people like Ricky, for example, didn't even tell me he was coming to Japan. Which is wild. Like, I can't imagine chatting with someone in Discord over years and years, being like a Discord friend, going to visit a country and then not hitting up the guy who lives there. Kind of a wild take, I think. Yeah, no, I know, right? It's a very wild concept. Lost in 100 yen? Lost in 100 yen. 100 yen is used to be a good place to get Dr. Pepper, but I don't think it still is. This used to be a restaurant. It's closed down now. Hell yeah, dude. Dude's driving his remote control car. How's everyone doing? What are we up to? Any interesting news I've missed out on in the last day or two? I'm excited to get on the road. I'm excited to film these new parts. I always forget about this park, actually. We schmovin'? We are schmovin'. Like I said, we are going to try to get more and more steps in and ramp up. Luckily, like I said, I don't think 32K a day is too bad. Whenever like that's our only goal. Our secondary goal is to make, I don't know how well I'll be able to do it, but make an Instagram video a day and then maybe a weekly YouTube video on the road. That's still, it's almost like too, I don't know, too much of a, setting it too breakneck is bad. But then also making the stops between things is going to result in just information bloat. I believe in you, but part of me thinks you need an editor to help you. Like I said, the problem with an editor is I don't really have money to pay anybody, and that's a problem. I know some editors want percentages of honestly, I think once I get into a routine, it'll be way better. That's my biggest thing. Like even today, I got up, I watched Dave's stream, and you know, I was doing some other stuff that really, I was playing some games while I was watching Dave's stream. It's like, honestly, love Dave's stream, love playing games, but if I just cut some of those things out consistently, and being on the road too, it's like, I'm not gonna have games with me on the road. So I either film or I edit. Ooh. 110 is our Insta-buy. I know we just had a drink, but 110 is our Insta-buy number. That's okay, that's one thing I want to talk about too. One reason that this last video took so long is because I literally had no idea how to do any of the blurring stuff. I had to learn a lot of that from scratch. Same thing, the next couple videos where I'm learning how to do a animated map, it's gonna take me a long time. In fact, I know it's gonna take, or actually it may not take me a long time because it's in Fusion, and I've spent a fair amount of time in Fusion already. So maybe there's some sort of kind of, I don't want to say carryover, but there's some aspect of shared. I know what nodes are. I know how to make new nodes. I understand the difference between a layered and a parallel node now. layered node takes precedence. Parallel means at the same time. Like they work in conjunction, they don't overwrite each other. I believe if we keep walking, there's a park down this way. I understand how to do face blurs. I understand how to track and stick objects. So I imagine the tracking and sticking objects is pretty useful for what the map is. And then making the animated thing too, that's gonna help me stick, I think that's gonna help me make new paths, because you make an animated map and you draw the path in paint, and I can draw the path in the future if people's faces are super blocked and stuff. I can just draw that path. What's up, DC? Good to see you, good to see you. They've been working on this section of road for like 2 years. Jumbi 2? What is this? Home rice? Oh, do we have to come here sometime? Prices are cheap. I mean, long-term editor would be cool, but that's, I mean, White-chain can help with the short stuff, but as far as the long stuff too, it's especially if I make things that are a bit, it'd have to be someone I like trust. Like if well, that's another thing is like JP does, Gogaku does editing, but his price is something I am almost certain I cannot. So like someone like, because he knows the stream, he watches the stream, he knows me. So he can kind of shape what, he knows what I'm trying to say, or he can shape what I'm trying to get at into a coherent point. But there's a bench there. Is there a bench in the shade? There's a bench in the shade that doesn't have a back. I think we just sit here for a second. I don't know where the nearest can receptacle is, actually. Oh, you know what? I think there's one by the supermarket. It is also sunscreen season. Completely need to get on that. Too much skin cancer in my family to not start getting serious about sunscreen. Okay, let's see how chat's doing. I've actually had some people hit me up for editing, but I know it's gonna be like, I know people are gonna want percentages, or, I mean, I guess flat fee could definitely work, but it'd have to be something that's, like, for an hour of editing, how much Do I pay someone by the hour? Do I pay someone by the project? By the project, a lot of people probably aren't going to be interested because it's going to take an hour, 2 hours, maybe even 3 hours plus. But at that point, even if it's like $15 an hour, $45 for 3 hours, what is that? 7,000 yen for a YouTube video? And that's on the cheap side. I imagine it's probably, I mean, a small time editor, maybe, yeah, 15, 20 bucks an hour, maybe. But at this stage too, I don't think anyone would be able to, I don't know. I've heard that Chris Broad still does a lot of his own editing, which, if that's the case, that's pretty crazy, all things considered. Hourly might end up with slower projects. Yeah, that's, well, I know some people, you know, pad their stats like that, or they'll be like, oh yeah, I spent 10 hours on this project, and it's like, okay, well, at that point, it's a $200 YouTube video for, you know, I'm not going to make anything from YouTube for at least, I don't even think I get monetized on YouTube until probably, yeah, I probably don't get monetized on YouTube until probably the end of summer, if I had to guess. Unless something like happens to go viral. Included in Lyle's video, maybe that helps give a boost. He's still editing his walk video. Let's check out Lyle. Lyle 5 Ever. He's still editing it. We talked last week, 2 weeks ago about it. I mean, that's gonna do some, but I don't think it's enough to like, I don't know, but I'm happy. I'm happy doing what we're doing. Gonna make some grilled cheese. That sounds good. I'm thoroughly enjoying Everyone Hates Chris. This shit is goated. You know, it's funny. I don't think it was that popular. If I remember correctly, someone can correct me. Like, I don't remember it being that popular at the time, but I remember watching it later and thinking, oh, that's, you know, there are parts of it that are pretty funny. Should have sat in the shade, I think. I used to watch it on Nick at night and fall asleep to George Lopez. Isn't George Lopez, is he the comic that stole everything, or am I misremembering? I think he's also the guy who like almost got into a fist fight with Joe Rogan. Or vice versa. I don't remember. I don't know what I used to fall asleep to. I definitely used to fall asleep to stuff, but I don't remember. I don't remember I know I'd always wake up to infomercials. It was the Bowflex. Is that what Chuck Norris was on Bowflex? Then he's like, nah, I'm gonna do my own thing. And then after a while, it was the flip houses. You can make over $100,000 flipping houses. Or no, it wasn't. They didn't say flipping. They said flipping real estate, but it was like they're not telling you that you're buying like. They're kind of mentioning it. They're like, oh yeah, these foreclosed properties in our tried and true system. If you join us, we'll help you find perfect properties in your area that require not so much, renovation or whatever. And you're just like, if everyone knew how to do this, aren't you guys kind of out of a job? I mean, I guess that they're selling courses, but oh, Carlos Mencia. That's right. I am totally misremembering both of them. Girls Gone Wild, yeah. Not the full. They'd have Girls Gone Wild advertisement. They never have the real deal. But yeah, I would fall asleep to stuff on Comedy Central. Why? Who? George Lopez. What do I know George Lopez from? Besides his show. Also, I think another thing I woke up to at night were the they would always print mint these limited edition like commemorative 9/11 coins or commemorative war in Iraq coins or commemorative Statue of Liberty gold coin. I mean, just like anything. The whole Mencia Rogan thing. Yeah, this phone overheats. Gotcha. Tyreek and Rogan got popular. Why we have to deal with his nonsense now, in my opinion. Remember when Microsoft released a Fios app on the Xbox for some reason? Shit was clutch. I'd fall asleep to live TV on my Xbox. Super dank because I didn't have a cable box in my own room. As far as the Mencia Rogan thing, I'd have to look more into it. I think probably, if I had to guess, I think Fear Factor ultimately. I think Fear Factor is ultimately what got Rogan to be as popular as he is. But I have to check and see if that was pre or post Mencia, because if he called Mencia out and then got Fear Factor, then that would be interesting. Not that Mencia was going to be doing Fear Factor anyway, but... Alright, let's go to the grocery store. Let's also check and make sure we have enough money to go to the grocery store. Good afternoon. What's up, Ichi? Welcome in. I still need to watch. Actually, you know what? I lied. Earlier, I said I don't turn things off halfway. I did turn off Joe's latest comedy special. That is, I actually turned away. But I think I got busy. I didn't watch it in its entirety. We'll get back to it. You know what? I might watch that today. I might finish it today. I heard it's really not good. I think some of his earlier stuff was not too bad when he was actually a comic. I think now, though, he's just so unbelievably popular that it's funny. I think he's against safe spaces, but he built his own. Who can blame you? Hey, there's a little ducky. Someone threw their strong zero. Pieces of shit. A lot of pigeons eating stuff. There's a little ducky duck. Yeah, it was bad if I remember. I remember it being not very good. Alright, we're gonna try to go to the bathroom real quick.
That far down and we're scraping the bottom of the barrel, it might be time to wrap this up.
Yeah.
I think,
No,
I'm not
good.
sure. It is fun to see, as I said before, I'm going to repeat the same thing. There's people who talk about projects and talk about projects. You're obviously guys going to do some of these things. So for that, I admire you, and that's why I'm going to spend time with you. So
Thank you.
Keep it up, guy.
Thank you.
You're doing something interesting. I have no idea what the future holds for you. None of my business. It will bring what it will bring, but it sounds like you've got an interesting path in front of you. Find some good content and bring it to us.
Thank you. I hope so.
Let me know when this thing starts so we can talk about it on our stream, and
Absolutely.
should we be doing the raid thing? I don't know, whatever.
Raid thing helps out a lot.
Talk to the mods, because I'm the one, I end up not even seeing the chat and just signing off. So talk to the mods to make sure they're on board with this.
Yeah.
Tell them when you want this to happen and when you don't want it to happen because you're in the bathroom or something or whatever. And we'll happily do it. So.
Thank you. That's huge help. So I guess we'll sign off.
I'm not sure who you are or whatever, but thanks very much for hanging out here.
Thank you for hanging out.
I hope it hasn't been too much talking about the thing itself. I'm sorry.
Nice. Okay. I might have to walk around. Oh, never mind, dude. Praise the Lord. We have a can receptacle right there. And a green light? I don't know if we're going to be able to hit the green light. Green light and can. Oh, goodness gracious. Nice. Cool beans. Alrighty. Let's double check and make sure we have enough cash. I think we do. I think we have one big bill. We have a couple of big bills actually. I don't know, I haven't. Why do I have so much cash? Oh, because I had to pay something. That's right. All right. Let's go with some groceries. $2.50 from avocado. $200 for lettuce is not bad, but I feel like we need to probably shop around. Pre-made crepes. Hurt so bad. Butter waffles. Crepes. Is it easier to use cash sometimes than a debit card? It's equal. It's equal, but I like to get receipts. Paper receipts. You can get paper receipts with credit cards too, but I usually chunk them. I'll have to price the crepes because I don't know what I would do with crepes. I'm trying to eat healthy. Crepes is gonna not help with that. You can buy an entire pork loin block. How much is it? Oh my gosh. 6 kilograms of meat. Chili Christmas 6. I am weak. Well, it's a weird thing. It's not like I can handle like a dumbbell. Hey, what's up, Luz? Meat, yeah, I know. Some people aren't meat eaters. I know. I apologize. I'm not there yet. Maybe one day, but for right now, I don't think. For the foreseeable future, I don't think I'd be able to cut out meat. I'm just so used to it. We usually get pork shoulder, but it's kind of tough. Tough little meat. That looks pretty good. 119. Oh, maybe this is gonna make $20. Oh, well, not too bad. Make some tonkatsu. Make some katsudon. We always get the block. Honestly, you know what? I think we can make some pretty good. Wait, hold on. Shoulder loin versus loin block. Hold on. This is just a little bit more Mexican beef, or sorry, Mexican pork. I guess the price per, okay. So we'd have to buy this if we wanted to get like a good price. And this is 5 kilograms, 14 pounds, 13 pounds. All right, we're just gonna get this for today. In the future though, I might have to consider buying bulk. What's up, Volandre? What are these prices? It's the best. Well, I don't know about the best. It's my favorite supermarket there is. Mexican pork is you. Still cutie patootie though. Ooh, we need mabo tofu. We need spicy tofu sauce. Where would we even get? You know what? It's probably. Mabo tofu. Or mabo tofu. Sometimes you see tofu. A lot of people say tofu. Mabo tofu. With the D instead. This looks way spicy. Okay, let's do some quick maths. 162 for 198. Oh, this is 120 for 228. Chu karakuchi. Hamakuchi. Yes. Hamakuchi. Honestly, this is probably the best price we're gonna find it. Okay, 1100 for chicken, 1425 plus 429 plus one thing of eggs, 31, 32 plus some tofu, probably 35. I'm gonna get. So Venus said something about crepes. I'm gonna go check that out and check the price maybe. They're busy. Ah, c'est un 5 minutes. $300 for 52 or $400 for 81. A third more for half the price increase. 33% more for 50% price increase. Okay, we don't want that. We want the cheap stuff. This pack is 52 yen. Per pack, 300 grams is 52 yen. Okay, 238 for eggs. Never mind, we're not getting eggs. Huh? Wait, what are these? 6 eggs? We'll come back to eggs maybe. I need to think about that for a second. Okay, how expensive are these crepes? Crepes are 600 yen. What can I put on a crepe that I have at home? Honey? I could put honey on a crepe. All right, we'll do it one last time. Wait, how many are there in this thing? You might? All right, there's 10 in here. 60 cents per crepe. Alright, we'll get one thing of eggs too. We have everything. Mapo tofu, chicken, pork, eggs, tofu, mapo tofu, yogurt. Okay. Bread is increased here. So we'll no longer buy bread here. Good to know. We'll get one Dr. Pepper. We're cutting back. But still, pretty much.
どうぞ。
はい。お願いします。あ、大丈夫で
あ、はい。
す。
ありがとうございます。
すいません。はい、こんにちは。どうも、みちゅ。
Aim for under 5,000.
4403円です。
はい。
はい。
と3円になります。
3円。はい。ありがとうございます。
Oh, actually.
はい。ありがとうございます。
お待たせしてください。
はい、お願いします。
あ、はい。ありがとうございます。じゃあ600円のお返しとレシート
はい、ありがとうござい
はい。
ます。
ありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。
すいません。Brown sugar and butter. Ooh, might be good. Milk, eggs, and flour. Presto crepe. Yeah. We saw these, and Savior Venus redeemed a redeem. So. Ryoshu Ah, todos dos. All right. Konnichiwa. Hey, Sharutan. Konnichiwa. Lots of police officers coming by. Yeah, this is a cool car. That's pretty cool. Are all stores as cramped as that? No, no, no. There's some that are a bit more spread out. That store in particular is pretty cramped. I always look at IRL streams and wonder why I can't see beauty in my city, and then I remember that it's 40 degrees Celsius and the humidity is insane. Well, we saw plenty of beauty in 40-degree heat and humidity, but I completely understand what you're talking about. It's a lot harder when you're grumpy or just uncomfortable, perhaps. I have to use the bathroom again. Drank a lot of fluids. I had a liter of water for breakfast with a couple of scrambled eggs. And then I had pretty much a liter of Pocari Sweat back there, plus the can of Mountain Dew. Plus I had a cup of milk for breakfast. I suppose I do need to get into routine of limiting fluid intake. Someone's behind me.
Doing backstage work, you do a good job, you get called back again. You do a good job enough times, you get promotions. Or it's not necessarily promotions, but they teach you how to do lights. They teach you how to do videos. And I think for me, learning more stuff meant more jobs. More jobs meant stability. And so same thing when I came to Japan is, okay, it's not more stuff equals more jobs, but it's having the adaptability, or having the, oh, this thing happened. Can I change it? Can I not change it? And just simplifying it to two choices allowed me to kind of fit in, because it is, I go there and they say, well, this is how it is. And I go, why? And they go, that's how it is. Instead of getting mad about it or complaining about it, I say, okay, all right, here's my honko, boom. And then go like, just accepting I can't change everything. I can hit my head against this wall, but it's not going to change the wall, you know. But whenever you first came, because you came in the 80s.
I visited a couple of times, 3 months in the late 70s and 3 months again in 1981. Then went back to think about life and stuff like that. Had the Japan dream, still had a steady career. And then at some point I was, you know, the thing we all do, it's not midlife crisis, but it said, you know, that thing, Dave, you've been thinking about this for years and years and years, it's time to, you know, poop or get off the pot, you know, whatever.
And
so,
that's one thing, when in your video you also talk about, you know, whenever you, I believe it was when you kind of first started doing woodblock printing, and you said, well, I do this, you know, I play instruments for
Waffle Burger, thank you for the follow. Wow. Thought I reset everything, but I guess not. Thank you for being here. Thanks for the follow. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Like I said, we're about to head home. We're gonna cook at home and then hang out for a bit. Just booked flights. Nice. Good to hear, Liz. Cool, cool. Fuji 5 Lakes, we're on a car, then 3 is Matsumoto, 3 is Kanazawa. I haven't spent any time in Matsumoto, but Nagano is pretty cool. Or that Nagano area, I suppose. Have you been to Kamikochi? No, it's on my list. Kamikochi is a place, because I want to hike, do some of the Alps, but there's absolutely no service, so it'd have to be a day. Plus, I think I would prefer to go in the fall, maybe. But a lot of my students have told me about Kamikochi and said really, really good things about it. So, you won't be disappointed, that's for sure. All right, chat, this is the Lawson cutoff. I'll see you guys in about 10-15 minutes. We're gonna cook lunch at home. So I'll see everybody in a few. Please stick around. And yeah, see you soon.
I'm focused more on doing things I want to do. And this is the same thing that whenever people ask me about walking
So I mean,
Tokaido-
even if success didn't come, it would have still been worthwhile to do it. Is that what
And
you're getting
yes,
at? Or-
and that's and I think that's why I'm also picking projects that I want to do. Period. You know, walking the Tokaido, walking across Japan, see the summit of Fuji, or whatever I'm deciding to do. It's something that I would have done regardless.
Okay, can I be a little bit of a smartass here? I'm
Absolutely.
sorry. We have a little bit of, I've got a bit of experience. I think perhaps you're overthinking some of this too much. I mean, clearly you're this kind of character, and I'm not insulting you because
Yeah,
I
no.
see a lot of myself in there too, because I was worried about stuff I shouldn't have been worried about. I overthought things, and we are who we are. We can't change that DNA, but just like let it go. You're doing a decent thing. You've got good goals. Just let it go. Stick to your.
It's funny. We've chatted several times, and yeah, overthinking is my middle name. And I think that this is where I'm finally, especially with this next project. It's so long. I mean, it's not 10 years, but whenever I look into the scope of anything I've done previously, I mean,
And there's a
walking.
question: are you going to be able to do this? This is not a dead certain thing. This is a challenge.
and
You
that's-
may
yeah.
not be able to complete. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and that's another thing too.
But
is,
again, don't sweat it. Make your plans. Do your planning. Make
but
your notes. And go
that's the
for it.
beauty of it, is that I've accepted this time that, last time I was kind of on a time crunch or a relative
That
budget
was all
crunch.
training.
But
It's all training. I mean, when you look at this from 30 years later, this will all just be blurred together as the early days feel. Don't sweat it.
so that's where I'm at though. It's where I'm at the point of saying, okay, I will just do what I can, maybe push a little bit harder than I should sometimes, but always try to do what I want to do. And I think this is so. My next question is in regards to whenever you shifted from. I know I'm jumping, but when did you know, okay, making woodblock prints was a you/family thing into making it the zaibatsu that Mokuhankan is today? Well, when did you know it was something that had to be grown or had to be expanded?
Okay, there's no single moment. And the thing is, remember, I said a minute ago that before we came to Japan, we had a plan.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
made the spreadsheets. It was a plan, but it was a very short-term plan. How are we going to survive? How are we going to, teach English 3 days a week, Thursday starting at 5:30 in the afternoon? When we had that plan to get on the ground and get up and running, there was no plan at that point for Mokuhankan. Just to keep this perspective in mind. It's grown and matured and developed along the way as I've grown. I would never, if you'd have caught me at the end of the poet series, when I'd finished that 10-year series, the thing I was talking about a few minutes ago, if you had told me at that moment, Dave, let me tell you a little scene from the future. There's going to be a building in Asakusa with a big sign out front, and you're going to have 32 employees, and your gross revenue each year is going to be what, and that you're going to sleep X hours a day, I would have just laughed at you. I would have said either in your dreams or in your nightmares. I don't know what viewpoint would have been. Because what I'm doing now is nothing at all what I expected to be doing. And of course, I'm now 72. At that time, I was 39 or whatever it was. You make your plan, you do what you're trying to do, and of course, nobody knows where it's going and what's going to happen. Keep your eyes open as things change. This thing called the internet came along, so of course, grab it and use it as it comes. There's no life plan in that sense. Things evolve as you go along, Where I'm going to go, I still got lots to do.
It's next question, and maybe it's a secret, but what's the next step for yourself or Mokuhankan? I know I've heard of exhibit rooms or cafe or.
I'm not going to tell you what the plan is to what we're going to make and what we're going to do.
Course.
The next challenge for me, the next thing that I have got to sort out, is how to get this business into a situation where it has a chance of survival post David, because something has gone, I was going to say it's gone terribly wrong here. Something has happened that I didn't plan. Is it okay to talk about myself here? Or
Absolutely.
Is that why we're here?
We're here for you.
We've been hearing your life story.
No, we're here
Okay,
for you.
okay. So to roll this back then,
Yeah.
it would be when I was 59. I'm 72 now, so this is 13 years ago or so. When I was 59, I had one of these, not a life crisis, but it was a decision point. There was a flag in the ground and a left and a right. Dave, you're going to be 60 next year. It's time to think about something like where you're going to go from here. I was wonderfully successful, wonderfully happy. My family is grown up and gone. They're out. I was making these beautiful prints, had a nice workshop, the river, you blah, 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 blah. Couldn't ask for more. But sitting there thinking, unfortunately, I'm going to be getting old. I'm here good 59. I'll be 60 next year, a little bit of a milestone. I'm okay. 65, no problem. I'll eat that up with no problem. 70, I'll probably be okay. 70, the point being, what's my plan for that era? So I thought there's two ways to do this. Keep on doing what you're doing. Keep your workshop here. Keep making prints. Just follow your nose and do what you're going to do. The fear, though, is that at some point you're going to become this little old man in this house surrounded by garbage, and people walk by and there's where that funny foreigner lives and makes those prints. I may be 99 or but that's the end game there. The other game then, when I'm 59, I thought, what I could do starting next year when I'm 60, I'll keep making prints, but how about we did this? Gathered around a few young people and sort of people that were interested, tried to train them on this, started doing cooperative printmaking. Remember, up until then, I trace, I cut, I print, I sell. I do everything by myself. Get some other people and let's do it like it was done in the old days. I can publish prints, let's do this. Somebody could design, somebody can carve, somebody could print. If I could spend 10 years, and this was my calculated, reasoned guess, if I spent 10 years gathering a few people around, let it grow, we'll maybe have a workshop. And after 10 years, I've built this workshop, and we can say, guys, there you guys go, you can move to the future. And I will sit in one corner of that workshop and be a member of that team. And that will be my end game as I get older and less able to take care of myself. The team and this organization would, I mean, not wipe my bum, but whatever, you know, they would take care of me as I move forward. It has gone that way. We now have a wonderful organization. It's world famous. It's good. There's 32 people as of 33 next week, whatever. There's 30x people working here. The problem is the idea after 10 years, we could put it aside and then I'll go and just work in one corner. It hasn't worked that way. It has become, I use this word a little bit foolishly perhaps, it's become a kind of a cult. It turns out that all the people who see our work don't just want the woodblock prints, they want a piece of this guy. I don't mean to say it in a bad way. We've done this so well, we've told the story so well and made prints that are so beautiful, but they don't stand on their own. They're beautiful to people because of the story of their creation in the sky. So I'm not able to actually stand back and go and sit in that corner and do that. Partly because the organization is still too young. It's not able to stand and run by itself yet. And partly because of this cult thing that's developed. People come in the door day after day after day. They don't head for the prince. They head for you. They want to head for me. And this is gloriously, wonderfully, my head just swells every day. It's trouble to get my hat on. You know, that's my point being. So of course it's wonderfully a happy thing to have happened to me, but it doesn't bode well for the future of this organization. So to roll the conversation back, to challenge me right now, my next big job is to somehow try and put this organization on a stable footing where it will have a chance of survival.
Hello, we are back. How's everyone? Deep reflection words from Dave. Dave is a gem. Like I said, I'm very thankful, I don't want to say blessed. Blessed is a strong word, but very fortunate to have become his friend over these past 2 years. Okay, let's put groceries up. Honey to butter to brown sugar. Okie dokie. So Ayano-san is back today. It's good. It's good. Good to see. Like I said, I ran into her a couple of times throughout the last year or so.
Okay. How to create the next big star? You know, not to get too... I just watched that Robbie Williams biopic thing, whatever you want to call that. And while I am of the belief that many people can become stars through great practice, in that movie they talk about having it, and Dave is one of those people. It, I don't know what it is, but as far as that kind of entrepreneurial go-get-it type of thing. What's up, Voodoo Cowboy? What are we cooking for lunch? Originally I was going to cook the pork block, but upon entering home, I heard a request for chicken, so we're going to cook up some chicken. I don't know, like I said, I think a lot of people can develop like show business skills, or even, that's the one thing I kind of hate about, we're going to get into kind of a yap session, I suppose. One thing I kind of hate about recent culture is this like hustle culture. Like, oh, you got to work all the time in your 20s and like, and I think there's some truth to like, I think you should experience as much as you can in your 20s. I think you should, you know, and if you really like something, then devote a lot of time becoming a master or whatever at that craft. But I don't think you have to work 1 billion hours a week to get ahead. I do think, you know, always trying to learn, like, always trying to learn more, always trying to be teachable is a really important thing. But I think this idea that like, oh, you work, you have a side job, you do a side, I mean, like, I know ironically I'm talking about this as I'm doing my side gig, but when I first started my side gig, it was never like to make money. It was to get my butt out of the house and to kind of help people. Again, I had, if you watch that video that I just talked about, 3 people DM'd me saying, thank you for sharing your story. I'm about to move to France. I'm about to move to whatever. And I was really worried about, I don't want to do 3 chicken breasts. I want to do 2. I don't really want to put it back in the bag. I guess we're cooking 3. 3 barely fits in this pan. That's why I didn't want to do it. I guess I could just oven it. Sear it real quick and then oven it. We might do that actually. Yeah, let's do that. The problem is that means we're gonna, no. No, we need to oven it. $210 preheat. Fillet them. I think I'm gonna cube them, or like, not cube, I'm gonna slice them pretty thin. I like putting them in the pan because then I can spice them all up in there too. Someone else carrying the torch? Yeah, I know he's been talking about it recently, but the problem is this. So I know Ayano-san is back and stuff, and Ayano-san can run the business side of things, and Taran-san could, you know, maybe do the woodblock print side of things, but, or the woodblock carving side of things. But it's I think it's really, really difficult when you, because also another thing, he needs a tech person. Realistically, to run a lot of his business, he needs someone who's pretty involved in tech. Because again, at the end of the day, like, yes, you need people to do carvings and all that, but at the end of the day, it is a sales company. And he has custom coded a very large amount, if not everything,
the entire website, of the entire everything. So it's going to be very difficult for anyone to come in and learn that style. And also too, even if you do have someone who's techie, is whoever he picks, because he's very selective with his time and resources. You know, is it going to be, because he's going to want someone who is probably more of a spiritual predecessor versus just a pure business person who can carry things on. And you know, what is exactly he looking for? And also too, like, even if he finds someone, like even me, let's just say me. Let's say he says, "Hey Jason, I want to pass the torch to you," which is never going to happen. But if he did, I would have to respectfully decline, because at this, I mean, unless my life changes significantly in the next X amount of years, I have no intention on making and selling woodblock prints. Now, I have been somewhat interested in maybe making paper, or, you know, some aspects of it. I'm not opposed to helping, but to say, hey, here are the reins, here are the keys, take over. Again, I do not think, he and I haven't even, this is just me in hypothetical land, because I know he respects that I do things. But is that enough? You know, is that enough for what he's looking for, type of thing? Only he knows what, like, he's looking for in a quote-unquote successor. And again, when he's so used to doing things by himself, I imagine it's pretty hard to find that. Hire you? I'm not in the position to hire anybody. Would love to be one day, but as of right now, I'm just a lowly wanderer. No, I've thought about it. I've thought about it a lot over the years. Like, whenever he talked, because years ago, I really thought, I was like, oh, I could do woodblock printing. And, or, you know, like, get involved in it somehow. And, you know, because I was like, wow, Dave is a really cool guy. And then I learned very quickly. I didn't even carve a block, because by the time I realized how difficult it was to get a good set of tools and the amount of money and the amount of time to even produce a very simple block, I had kind of, it's not where my heart, again, maybe as I get older, like I'm 32, I'm still younger than Dave was before he started making prints. So who knows, maybe I have an epiphany in a couple years and I get obsessed. But then again too, it's not, I'm not going to learn something just to take over a business. I'd have to, like, really, really want to do something like that. And again, this is me just yapping. This is, I have no intention to ever talk to Dave about this type of thing, because I have no intention to ever follow up on this type of thing. Garlic powder. Want to sell this property and get one over there instead? I mean, maybe one day. I highly advise a visit first. Unless you want to buy a property and then have me rent it for really cheap, that'd be cool. Because like as of right now, buying property doesn't get you any visa. Maybe in the future. Well, actually, no, they're never gonna have that. They really don't want that, because Japanese government is a bit racist, and people buying up the property are of a nationality that they don't want more people buying property of. Not my words. It's literally like, you ask around, you'll hear it. That's the reality of that. Felt the same about my uncle's plumber business. He did maintenance, but also complete kitchens and 30K bathrooms. See, there are some, like, I go back to that. I think if I could do it again, I'd go back in time. I think I would probably like to learn, not plumbing. It's a shitty business. Sorry, electrical work. I think being an electrician would be, because I like electronics, I like games, I like that stuff's all, people are always gonna need help with that kind of stuff. There's too few of them, you know, it's a whole thing, and I think, you know, it's interesting enough that I don't want to say never get bored, but just got a little bit of brown sugar. A little bit of brown sugar and a little bit of soy sauce to make it kind of like a thick, not quite like a barbecue sauce, but it's gonna, every time I open up good soy sauce, or not good soy sauce, like kind of old, not good, aging soy sauce, I always get like a quick little whiff of sake. It's not, I mean, they're not even related, I suppose, but okay, this is what, it looks like. We're just gonna let it sit. We're gonna stir and let it sit until the oven is ready. Again, we don't want this pan. Oh, the oven's ready right now. Come on, dude. Don't do me like that. Okay. All right. Spread it flat. And you always want to put the fat chunks on top so they get crisper. I only see 2, but there should be 3. Oh. Number 4, nice. Or number 3, sorry. There we go. You can always add more spice on after too. That's one thing I forget. Like if it's like, oh, this isn't seasoned well enough, I can always put it, we'll put it in at, normally I do 20, we'll do 20. Normally I do 20 because it's a catch-all. Almost 99% of the time, 210 at 20, that thinly sliced always gets us what we want. What's up, Martian? What are you making? I'm just making some chicken. Who is that? Easy. I'm just gonna call you Easy because I think I'm gonna mispronounce your name otherwise. Yeah, just making some chicken and rice. Thank you for coming in. Really appreciate it. Whew, it's toasty. Got some chicken tenders. Nice. Chicken tenders are good. I like, the problem with chicken tenders for me is that I've made a couple in the oven before, but they're way better with like fried. And frying stuff in a pan is really annoying a lot of the times. Not like all the times, but it's annoying enough that I'm like, it's a whole thing. It's more work than I want normally. I'm gonna get my my bottle of water real quick. My room is nice and cool. I left my fan on accidentally. True, use oil or butter for fry-ups. In this thing, I just use oil. Depends on how deep, well, it depends on how deep. If I'm doing like a little pan fry, I'll use margarine or butter. But if it's gotta be deeper than just a little bit, I'll just use vegetable oil. I use this type of stuff. Like canola oil or whatever. They call it salad oil, but sarada abura. Sarada abura. Abura is the kanji for oil. But not oil like Middle East oil. Oil like cooking oil. I mean, I guess technically it's probably, was it ginyu? Ginyu, let me see. Ginyu. No, that's wrong. Ah, it is, yeah. Let me see. Yeah. Ginyu. Origin oil. You'll love the OKC Thunder shirt. Your GM isn't an idiot like Nico Harrison, who traded my team's best player for an aging superstar. Says, assuming you follow basketball. I used to follow basketball quite a lot. Nico Harrison, is that the Mavericks? Yeah, that's just collusion. Everyone knows it. No one wants to talk about it, but it's collusion. Honestly, since I moved to Japan, I don't follow basketball as much. But I'm from Oklahoma City. I'm not from Oklahoma City. I'm from Western Oklahoma, about an hour and 15 minutes west of OKC. I've been in Japan for 9 years, so like I will watch sometimes, but this year, you know, obviously the Thunder have been doing really well, so I try to keep up on the internets, but watching games at like 8 in the morning, it's hard. Like, it's like, oh, I gotta wake up and watch it. Now, if they make it to the finals, I might, because I think in Japan too, another thing that hinders me, I mean, I guess I could go online and try to, you know, sail the 7 seas to watch it, but having the sports packages and stuff are like I'm really not going to want to watch every single game. I don't have time to. I like watching sports, but now I'm trying to focus more of my time or energy into making stuff. And I have no idea if, you know, YouTube will grow or Twitch will grow or anything like that. But if I feel like if I don't try, it's definitely not going to happen. You got to plant seeds to get plants to grow, and if I don't plant the seeds, then you're just kind of sitting there doing nothing. One thing, is Sam Presti still with the Thunder? I forget now. Sam Presti was really, really good at drafting people, and then they would grow up, like OKC for a long time. I mean, right when they moved from Seattle to OKC, OKC was great for like developing player talent. You had a lot of really talented players go through OKC, and then they would go somewhere else in their prime years, you know. Very unfortunate. You'll grow into a beautiful sensei flower. Still as the GM? Okay. Sam Presti's a wizard at like trading and doing all that stuff. He's pretty good. But I think the problem is at the time, like when we had James Harden, Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, Serge Ibaka, Steven Adams. I mean, we were stacked. We had a ton of like pretty talented, not superstar. I mean, I guess Kevin Durant, James Harden, Russell Westbrook became superstars. Serge Ibaka, because he would block all the stuff. He was really good. We had a really solid team. We should have won that year when we got reverse swept in the Western Finals by Golden State, which is anyway. We should have won that year because we would have blown the Cavs out of the. I mean, the Western Finals were the real finals, you know. Kind of rice, just the simple rice. Rice is already done. It's just this rice. I put it in a lot of people do this, but a lot of people use rice containers like this. So you buy a big bag, you put it in here, and then you have what's it called? The antioxidant stuff to make sure that this seals pretty good, but you want to make sure that it's super sealed. Follow Japanese baseball. I've seen videos online of the Japanese league when I finally. I somewhat follow it. The problem is that I went to a game a couple weeks ago, and I think I'll probably try to go to more games if I can. It was a lot of fun. It's just, I mean, I'll have to like try and find a bigger seat or something. But yeah, I went to a Yakult Swallows game, and it's really funny because my older brother was in town. They were down 4-1 going into the 8th inning, and my older brother's kind of hungry. Like we're like, it's not looking, because like it wasn't even like, Colt hadn't really been playing super well. They had a couple of like, base hits or whatever, but just a lot of pop flies, a lot of, and so halfway through the 8th inning, we kind of look at each other like, yeah, this is, we're gonna go home. So it's 4-1 when we leave. And sure enough, later that night I checked the score, and Yakult won 5-4. So they scored 4 innings and then 4 runs in the 9th inning to win the game. And so yeah, I know. You don't have to boil it then? That is sweet. No. I have a rice cooker. I have a rice cooker that I use for cooking. Yeah. Maybe leaving was the reason I won. Well, no, here's the thing. A lot of people were leaving. Like a ton of people were leaving. And so, because they were also, we were sitting on the Yakult side. And several people were leaving. And I was like, not like everybody, but a lot of people were leaving, and my older brother we're like, wow, if other people are, like, we might as well beat the rush, go to the bathroom and stuff, and then get out of here. But I've learned now. Yeah, I think if it was just me, I would have sat there the whole time. But I think it was a combination of my brother had been tired and jet lagged, and then hungry. We were both kind of hungry, and I'm not pointing fingers, but we had a good time. It was good. Dude, it is very toasty in this house. Yeah, I have a rice cooker. Yep. Put a scoop in. Okay, Rick messaged us. Rick asked to take our photos sometime because he likes the stream every day thing and he wants to. He's a professional photographer and a friend. But he normally does like black and white shots or like landscape shots. He does do portraits of people sometimes. But he asked us. He said, "Hey, I want to come on stream and take pictures." And I said, "That sounds great." When we saw him at the last Artedly. No. I saw him at the flowers in the Hanami at Kashira Park. What's up, Hoybit? Good to see you. We're just waiting on... Actually, I want more Thunder gear. I brought a couple of Thunder shirts years ago, but I've worn them down. And this one, too. This one's getting, like... You can't really see it, but it's getting worn quite thin. And it's something I'm having to deal with. I hope everyone... Oh, wait. What is today? Today's Monday? Yeah, I hope everyone had a good Easter. Sorry, I forget holidays, everybody. What's for food? Easter was good, family dinner and such. Nice. What's for food? Chicken. Cooking some chicken in the oven and some rice. I guess what I can do is I can do dishwashing ASMR while we wait, huh? You gotta look for some of the Pepsis and colas and stuff. They don't have a rip thing; they have a tear thing. Okay. Okay. New sponge. I just got a new sponge. Where is it? New sponges are supposed to be up here, but it appears someone didn't get the memo. Midwested, I'm having pre-chicken, egg. Midwested is usually tornadoes. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I grew up quite religious, or like, it's complicated. I grew up religious. I went to First Baptist Church 2-3 times a week, and until I could work. And then once I started working, it was usually just twice a week. But I go back and forth. Like, in some ways, I'm kind of glad I grew up somewhat religious, because it allowed me to experience like character growth in a way. Because what I mean by this is you're exposed to just one thing a lot consistently, and then all your friends are exposed to that same thing, and so everyone's got a similar mindset. And then when that similar mindset's not a very good one, you kind of have to start to think for yourself. And when people around you, when you have friends and stuff that are, I was working sound at a playhouse, and some of them are in the LGBTQ community, and then you go to church, and church says, nope, God doesn't like those people. And you go, well, I don't know. God says, love your neighbor, love thy enemy, all that stuff. I don't know if I can necessarily agree with this. And then you start to kind of question the larger things in life. And you have to decide what you truly believe in. And then for a little while you feel, you know, you leave the church and you're not religious at all, and then you just realize you just want to be a good person. That there's good people and bad people in pretty much every organization and every walk of life. So it's up to you to find out how to spend that time. Sorry, we got a little bit, I got a little bit introspective there. It's ultimately it's on you to decide what you do and don't want to believe in, and who/what you do and don't want to support. I think mindlessly listening to anyone is not wise. Even your parents, even your friends, even your favorite Twitch streamer. You know, always revert back to what you really think or feel. Sharutan, follow. Arigatou gozaimasu. Yeah, I didn't mean to take this, you know, into a very religious aspect of things, but it is. Just, you know, think for yourself. Think for the group too, but, you know, you have to decide which group you want to be a part of. 私は日本人です。よろしくね。ありがとうございました。私はアメリカ人です。でも、日本9年間ぐらい日本住んでる。9年間以上。Follow to the ends of the earth, Sensei. As long as I remain relatively who I am, if I ever start to change, I do hope people call me out on it. Be part of the hiking and fly fishing group. Maybe one day. Maybe when we're all plugged into simulations, we can just do what we want to do for infinite respawns. That's the oven. We're gonna do a little visual check of the chicken once I finish washing. Honestly, we'll probably wash both these bowls when I do a visual check. I always want to do the finger test. Always check for any residue. Any residue gets a really angry mom. Especially visual residue. If it's not visual, you got something, but you yap too much. I can't tell if you're being facetious or not. I think you are, but I mean, at least this time I'm the only person in the video, so at least people can only complain about that instead of the lack of yapping by someone else. I really wanted, there's still a comment I haven't responded to on the Dave Bull video. I wanted Dave to talk more, and I want to be like, hey, I talked to Dave about it, and he wanted to talk less. Oh, okay. I thought so, Tarn. I was like, well, I think for my first foray into trying to tell a story, I'm not quite on Dave Bull levels. We'll get there with age, hopefully. But I do think I did reasonably well for my kind of, again, my first real thing of like trying to like actually trying to make a video. For a first attempt, I'm pretty pleased. I know I could have made it a little bit shorter. I know I could have changed a few things, but ultimately I'm quite content. Hoo-wee, that chicken looks good. We might do a little bit more. We'll do let's do like a minute and a half more. Since the oven's still hot. Yeah, see, I was worried about that. And I guess I could still, only like 20 people have watched it. I agree with that. I actually, whenever I was going through it, I guess there's still time. Not enough people have watched it that I don't think deleting it and coming back to it would cause issues. The problem is, I think if I did that, it would be it'd be like 2 10-minute videos probably. Open the pod bay door, Hal. I can't do that, Dave. Well, did you talk a bit more about each and separate the two topics? Yeah, well, and also I alluded into the walking across Japan, which is also kind of related more to the content thing, but it's also its own story by itself. I don't know. I really thought about that for a while. It really, like, I struggled with that for, I guess struggled is a bit of a strong word, but it was something I did consider for a bit of it. I was like, this deserves to be 2 different ones. Where is my oven mitt? Ah, there it is. Nice. I guess what I do in the future. Oh, did I still have the mic on? Oh, mic's up here. Okay. I guess what I do in the future is you walk to Japan, point made. I don't really talk about that at all in this video. I mention it toward the end, but I think Taran is right. Chopping it into 2 different videos would have made more sense. I guess part of me is eager to, I'll just show everyone the chicken that we've got so far. Part of me is eager to move on to different stories. And so for me to move on to different stories, I want to quickly rush through and tell the beginning ones, but I don't know if rushing through it is the wise move. We shall see, I suppose. All right, clean rice scooper. You always beta test it. You know, I thought about doing it, and I honestly could pull the video still. Because like I said, only like 30 people have kind of watched it. And now I just know, now I know to beta test it first. I sent it to a couple people beforehand, but... Which Japanese person has walked Japan with your production value? Well, it doesn't have to be a Japanese person. Which person has walked Japan with my value? Or with my story? As far as Japanese people doing it, there actually have been quite a few people who've walked Japan, but again, I don't know. It's more about walking and work. Like every time I've talked to someone who did it, or like part of it, like, oh yeah, you know, I did it like after college, or I did it like my summer break or something. I had a few months, and I was like, oh yeah, I worked full time, and they're just like, what do you mean? And that part I think is the biggest selling point, I suppose. Okay. All right. Give me 1 second. We're gonna scoop and then talk from the PC, I think. You were a teacher walking the roads, that stuff should be legend. Well, it's, you know, I want to make a video about that too, talking about how I've done this big thing, and you know, I have a video planned for this too. Man, it's really okay. Hold on, we're moving to the studio right here. I'm gonna quickly scoop things up. Let me change scenes, and then we'll. I don't know what's going on. All right, we're here. Chat. Sorry about that. Light will be on in just a second. Okay. How's everyone doing? Welcome back to the studio. Yeah, no, so I actually have a video talking about that. Or I have a video idea in my head talking about that. Like, oh, I walked across Japan, I did this thing, I went super viral. But nothing happened. And I kind of want to talk about this in a way that, like, a lot of people would expect. And again, not that I definitely want to highlight, like, I did not do the walk for content. I did it because I think a lot of people, once they get around the 10-year mark, they start to feel like, is it Japan for life? Do I go back to wherever I'm from? And that's, I mean, that combined with the walk and hitting 30 and, you know, for me, like, my dad passed away when he was 53, and so almost 54, but 53. He died at 53. The number is 53. And so when I hit 27, it was in the middle of COVID, and I was having, like, a very, like, my life is halfway done, and I'm spending it in a 350 square foot room type of thing, and which is a completely unreasonable way to think about those things. Is very, you know, oh, I can't even go home. Well, home is Tokyo, but I can't go to see my family. A lot of old people are dying, and, you know, my grandpa and my great aunt are in their mid 80s, and, like, if they pass away, like, I can't even go to the funeral because, like, I can't re-enter Japan even if I wanted to, like, is a whole thing. So all right, Bob Lando. Just wondering whether you've been to Ultra Music Japan, or do you enjoy EDM and rave culture? I have not been to Ultra Japan. I have not been to. Part of it is tickets are. Not enjoy. I like EDM. I like some kind of one of our good friends, or not good friends, but one of our becoming friends, Patrick Kid K?D. Is like does that kind of music. We've been to his show once. We went to both of his sets when he was in Japan last time. Pretty much anytime he comes to Japan, we're going to go hang out. He's big enough. He works with, like, Steve Aoki, and he's big enough that if I'm like, hey, I want to be on the guest list, he'll be like, okay. So, like, that's going to happen. Personally, I enjoy EDM at, like, a base level, exercise music, that type of thing. I used to work at festivals back home, some not as big as Ultra or anything like Coachella or any of those big ones, but, you know, a few thousand people. I don't like that experience, like waiting in line. Even as a tech guy, sometimes you're, like, waiting in line at the porta potty village, you know. Or it's a bajillion degrees outside and everyone's sweaty as shit. You know, if it rains the day before and everything's muddy and then you got to track all your stuff through mud, like, it's just a whole thing. So I enjoy the music. A lot of the people that enjoy the culture are pretty cool, but I don't like the vibe I'm on now currently is, like, how can I hang out with some people but avoid the big crowds type of thing. So even, like, I went to Shinjuku a couple days ago. I used to love going to Shinjuku, and I still love going to Shinjuku, but I hate Shinjuku Station, and so it's so.
I'll follow you to the ends of the earth, Sensei.
Thank you very much for the follow, the Epic Man. One of these things that it's like they've changed the traffic of Shinjuku, which is very good, because before, Shinjuku Station was awful, like, absolutely terrible, and so you used to have to walk, like, around Shinjuku Station. Now they have an underpass that you can just cut through, And that's really cool because it saves you a ton of time. But the problem is now is that it's just infinitely busy. So busy. Tomorrow I'm going to shoot another video. I think we're going to stream tomorrow morning. We're not done yet today, but tomorrow I think I'm going to stream in the morning, film another video tomorrow evening. I guess we might make a part 2. Honestly, what I might do is I might rewatch that video today and cut it, and I know exactly where I can cut it to. I know exactly where I'd need to cut it in order to make like 2 separate videos. Anyway, this is our lunch. I put a dollop or 2 of mayonnaise, a dollop of that sweet chili sauce, and chicken. Thanks for having this visit Japan. Might make the trip coincide. That's a great idea. No. This is what I tell a lot of people. If you have something big, Fuji Rock, EDM, there's a big one, Ultra Japan. I think that's what you. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think again, depends on how long your visit is, but coming to Japan for something is, I think, a good idea. Ultimately. And if anyone's planning to visit me during that, please give me a heads up because, like I said, a lot of May we're gonna be gone, or I'm gone all May pretty much. Like, I don't know when we're leaving in May, but we'll be leaving to Shikoku. I'm not doing any visit. Like, I guess if you want to come on the road, but you'd have to get no one's gonna be in Shikoku. The only person we might see down in Shikoku when we get to Kagawa, there's a streamer there called Unique Mickey. She lives somewhere in Kagawa. I don't know where. There's a chance, because I'll be looping through Kagawa, that we spend part of a day. What I might do is I might try to find out where she's roughly located and then end the day in that area and then get dinner with her. Do a stream, co-stream, eat stream type of thing. Because otherwise, I think during that trip, I can't risk a whole day of just hanging out. No. I'm talking at the time when I was 27, MC. During COVID. We were talking about during COVID. No. I was talking about that when I was 27 and I had this kind of what I thought was midlife crisis because my dad passed away at 53, that whole situation was piling up. No, not now. No. This is back during COVID. Yeah, back when even permanent residents weren't guaranteed back in. That's how crazy it is. Even people with PR for the first 6 months, if you did not have a Japanese passport, you were not getting back in. That's how crazy it was. And then the government's we're getting a lot of hate for this. We need to do something. And then they kind of amended it later. But initially, it was everybody who didn't have a Japanese passport get fucked. That's... it was pretty nuts for a while. No. Yeah, not now. Yeah. No. Sorry if I didn't announce that as accurately as I could have. All right, let's take a bite.
You can't tell, but it's perfectly cooked. Yogurt chicken? Usually yes, today no. I put a string of mayonnaise and then a string of the chili oil sauce, and then I mix it and smear it around. Or the sweet and sweet chili sauce that we talked about last week. Tender chicken, I like it. We've gotten pretty good at cooking chicken. All right. If I did delete that video or repost it or whatever, the problem is, okay, so we're going to pull it up because I know exactly where I'd cut it too. Here, let me. So I realized I posted a lot of Instagram shorts and carried some of it over to YouTube. I posted maybe a video about it, but I never introduced this. So my name is Sensei Martian. I have been living in Japan for over 9 years. Now, I've been didn't really watch a lot of streams at the time, especially IRL. I almost I had right here. I kind of did nothing, which I regret, but for that time it was character building, perhaps. Some the isolation allowed me to realize what was important for myself. But after COVID, I really thought, okay, I want to get out, I want to do stuff, but I didn't really have any intention to do YouTube or streaming or anything like that. So a lot of people ask me, how did you get started in streaming or content or whatever you want? So probably I'd cut it around here if I had to do it again. Or I guess if I make I guess I could just make a follow-up. Couldn't you just replace the one you have uploaded with part 1? The issue is this. With this story, so what happened with this video, I talk about frog in the well. Into moving to Japan. This actually probably wraps up like a bow. This is a bow tie. Anyway, this, I could probably make a 10, 12-minute video out. The problem is, somewhere after this, moving to Japan, I then start talking about how I've stayed in Japan. Which is, again, it's okay. It fits well. I think it fits the narrative well. But then from staying in Japan, it moves into how I began streaming, which I think how I began streaming is kind of its own tertiary. I mean, it's adjacent to, but it's not directly related to why I've stayed in Japan. It's, you know, streaming is simply a hobby that I don't, you know, I make some money from it, and obviously we have very generous people in the community who tip or sub or whatever. Very, very thankful for that. But I'm not like staying in Japan to make content. It's more of like, this is a hobby that has developed into something I really, really enjoy. And whether it's to 5 people or 5,000 people, I plan to do this. So again, I do need to, what's up, JP? I do need to kind of consider, I think Taran's right. I do need to, there's a quick visit day this week is shaping up to be quite busy. Good luck with your busy week. Fingers crossed. I do think Taran's right, though, and I guess I should have floated it as an unlisted video first, sent it to a couple more people, and then go from there. Because I do think splitting this into 2 videos, it's 16-minute runtime now, splitting it into 2 10-minute videos probably would have been better. But again, I'm like, oh, I need to talk about the trip. And I need to talk about this other trip that I'm going to do next month because I need to advertise that. Like, I'm thinking about all these things like I have to talk about now, and that's not really... I don't want to say it's not healthy. It's just not... It's a lot of... I'm forcing pressure on things that, like, don't really exist. You really need a producer? Well, it's, a lot of things too. We were talking about this, like having an editor and stuff like that as well. It would be nice one day to maybe, but I would rather grow as an individual myself and do it myself. The problem is I was so excited to get something out and I felt pressure to get something out that I guess I kind of rushed it, honestly. Or no, I didn't rush it like... How do I say this? I didn't rush. I put a lot of time into editing that video, but I think it's figuring out what narrative you're trying to tell. Well, this is the point of, I think getting feedback would have been helpful because as soon as you said it, I was like, that's what I'd been thinking. That's what I'd been thinking, splitting it into 2 different things. But part of me was, if I split it into 2 different videos, would people still watch both videos? But instead, now I'm at the point where it's like, I've made a video that not many people are going to watch anyway, so I'm kind of in this kind of gray zone where, okay, had I stepped back for a second, realized, oh, this is a much better way to look at both of them, and like I can split it and look, okay, here's how I came to Japan, here's how I got into content. Tadpoles making I don't have the ability to raise tadpoles or frogs. If I had land or like a pond or something, sure, that's a great idea, but can't do this. I think people would watch both. The bigger question is, which one is more likely to... And again, I'm happy enjoying the process, making the videos, things like that. But I also do have to think about, like, as far as like a sexy title, moving to Japan with nothing is that's I did make that mistake. I like the title, The Frog in the Well, because that's, for me, I'm like, oh, this is cool. Same thing whenever I did the sharing an umbrella with Therapy Gecko. That's what it used to be. Sharing an umbrella parentheses and a conversation with Therapy Gecko. And I'm like, this is pretty neat. This is pretty cool. Nope. The YouTube algorithm is not going to want a 35-word title. Again, I'm very new to this. So these are just things that, if you'd asked me late last week, the answer would have been me. We had more than a dozen local earthquakes in one day. I was... Nah, you're like way skinnier than me. But I was gonna say it's time to anyway. What part of the process? This is what I'm taking away from it. I actually messaged JP about it. I sent JP a very rough draft. He got like a 20-minute rough draft last Friday. And he and I were going back and forth, and then eventually I said something like, I'm really enjoying the process. I said it's kind of frustrating, but I'm really enjoying the process of making it. And he said, that's good stuff. There's one. Dude, mosquitoes have been nuts in Tokyo lately. I think There we got him. I feel like Martian Style could hit the 8 to 10 minutes per video if he can keep the content to a topic or limited number of topics and not stretching the content to just fill time. Yeah, this is well. That's what I told. Again, Tarn's like it earlier when I was cooking. He said I feel like it'd be 2 videos, and I was like, that's what I was kind of thinking the whole time: 2 10-minute videos instead of one 15-ish minute video. But yeah, that's where I want to be. I've always heard 10. Being a Western boy in Japan and making it. Nah, it's not. I mean, me being American has no. I don't want people to focus on. Oh, I'm an American. I'm a big, fat American. I don't want people to overcome the best of. No. It's not overcoming. This is not a competition. My content, I don't want it to be. At some point, comparisons will be made, and occasionally I make comparisons myself. I will say things. There are a lot of channels. I see this a lot on news. Political/news channels will take what should be a 2-minute video and really switch it to 801. So obvious. Okay. Well, okay. Here's a question, JP. So the question was, or not. This is my question I'm posing. I know you don't have time, so we'll make this quick. I posted this video. Is it worth it, do you think, to take it down and then recut? I have lots of footage. Recut it into 2 separate videos, 2 10-minute videos? Because it wouldn't be that much. Now that I've seen all the footage a bajillion times, it really wouldn't be that much more to, do that. Or do you think it would just leave it as it is, go to the next video? Because I wouldn't want to post another video talking about... I guess I could talk about... Well, no, because I wouldn't want to post another video about... It gets redundant at that point. $30, maybe 35. $36. But I have 9 likes. It's 100% liked. That's a competition, but as a landmark kind of thing. That actually could be. Problem is, I think that's going to turn into like a 12, 15-minute video. $36 views. Take it down. Make 2. Okay. Like I said, the reason why because I thought the same thing. I thought the exact same. I was like, when I was cutting it, I was like, this needs to be 2 different videos. I'm like, no. Let's just force it into this one. Okay. So that's the thing. It's because I was already thinking that, and then some people I really trust mentioned it too. Now I'm like, no, that's right. I should have done that from the beginning. 12, yeah, no, Hoibe, that's exactly. I was really trying to cut it sub 15. I was like, I want it to be 15. Because for some reason, for me, 15 is like, 15 is someone's putting it on while they're cutting something. 15 is like, they're taking a long shit at work. I don't know. I mean, like, 15 is a... This awesome thing at a certain point, ladies are driving along your route to give you nut bars. Well, I mean, it's... I don't know if they were driving along just to give me nut bars, but... Again, I am a human. I bleed just like everybody else. But I do want to talk about that as well. Like I said, like going somewhat viral and then nothing happening, and then like I don't want to say feeling let down, but like I guess nothing. I gained a lot of Instagram followers, which actually has kind of helped me. So this is something I think Arctic Wolf mentioned and a couple other people mentioned. If it wasn't Arctic Wolf, it was someone with a light blue name. But mentioning like, oh, episode 1, episode 2, episode 3, episode 4, that type of thing. So it does work in this kind of sequential order. Okay. All right, now I know what I'm doing this week. I don't know if it's actually going to be. It might be at the end, but at least in lore, it'll have episode numbers. I don't know if actually, because I do think you're correct there. And they are digestible, but also bingeable when you have a bunch. That's what I'm hoping. I talked to Lyle this morning. Honestly, I'm hoping I have like 5 videos out before he finishes his video. And then when people come to me, they're like, oh, this guy makes some stuff. And oh, his VOD channel is publishing these walk videos. And, you know, he's streaming every day. He's about to do another big walk. Because this is what Dave said too. Whenever I was like, oh, I really want to do collabs, I got to get bigger now. I got to get bigger now. He's like, no. Intro and outro. Yeah, that's going to be I guess, shit, I need to watch. Because with Dogen, you know, for a long time he used the same. I'll have to watch. Oh, no raid alert. Tanda-san, thank you very much.いつもありがとうございます。お、タンダさんもちょっと自転車質問ある。多分今年自転車買いたいから多分連絡します。僕はタンダさんを連絡します。You did it mostly by yourself? I did it 100% by myself. The only thing I had help was the Instagram shorts. Why did we not get a raid alert? Jason. So. Thank you very much, Tanda-san, for the raid. Appreciate it. I would say if you specifically indicated parts like part 1, etc., it tells people to come back for more because you're telling them it's a series. Yeah, this is one. Well, this is with Dave. I mean, Dave has done this. Dave, beginnings part 1, beginnings part 2. You know, this I think is very Instagram short. Okay, yes. That's JP 100%. I neglect to mention again. You guys helped me out immensely. I could have done it myself, but JP, Chicken Meister, Taran, everyone else Citrong looking out for ice cream spots. Everybody did help 100%. Not denying that at all. But I meant like a lot of the other like. Anyway, it takes a village, and I'm very appreciative of that. But you know what I mean? Like, it was just me, kind of. I mean, I had to carry you all with me, so it's only right that you guys help put in a little bit of work. Hidden Sensei Village. Sayakita, arigatou gozaimasu. Last night we went to that restaurant the night. Ribbon, pretty darn good, plenty of food. That's what I've been I almost thought about taking Eric there. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. Next time. We'll make a reservation next time. Oh! Deny is a strong word. They refused. They were sold out of a lot of stuff, and they were like, they had a bunch of people waiting. They were not just us. We were denied, but it wasn't like we weren't denied because of any reason other than they were really busy. Really busy and out of stuff. At least I didn't talk to them, but my understanding when JP came back was that it was yeah, they were sold out of some ingredients. That reminds me, there's a place I went to in Kita Akita when I was walking. It was called Kachan. Kachan meaning like mom. And when I got there, I called them. I don't know if you guys remember this. I called them and I said, "Hey, are you guys open?" They said, "Yeah, we close at 3 o'clock. Last order at 2:30." And I said, "That's okay. Can I just sit there and drink some water?" It was really hot. I was struggling toward that, and I get there at like 2:32, and I talk to her, and she's like, "Yeah, we don't have any food. We're all sold out." That's okay. Can I just have some water, please? And she said, "Absolutely. You can sit down, enjoy, get some rest, whatever." And I said, "Do you have any like just rice?" I said, "Do you have any like just gohan, you know?" She said, "Yeah, I got some rice, you know." And I said, I'll gladly pay for it. Like, what, you know, I'm just so hungry, you know. I'm trying to do this thing, and then as she's like scooping the rice, she's like, "Well, you know, I think I might have some leftover pork if you would be interested in that." And I was like, "Yes, please. Anything like anything." And then she's like, "Well, you know, I have some other," you know, she just starts scooping shit on the plate, just like, "Oh, I found this, I found this, I found this." And so then I ended up getting like this huge meal. Not huge meal, pretty big lunch. And then I go to pay, and she goes, "Nope, 100 yen," or what, I forget what it was. Like 100 yen for the rice. And I was like, "But it wasn't just rice." Like, and she's like, "No, but you only ordered rice." She said, "What I gave you is service." I was like, "Fine." Tanda-san, yaho. That lady is a real MVP. She was very nice. I need to contact Tanda-san. Maybe Instagram. Okay, follow. I'm gonna message you, Tanda-san. 後で連絡して、僕はタンダさんを連絡してます。ちょっと自転車の質問ある。They got a big thumbs up when I left. I'm excited for the greatest hits. I'm very excited. I am so excited. Like, oh, that reminds. Speaking of greatest hits, so my goal for this walk around Shikoku, I don't think it's going to be 100% walking. I think it's like 99% walking. But I think I'm going to have a rule where if I've walked 32,000 steps in a day, which is like 25, 26 kilometers, then I'm able to take public transportation. I think. Only because I'm so close to doing a full perimeter that if I organized things like that, I could do a full perimeter and still walk like 95% of it and still get it done in 32 days. But the biggest thing is I need to look at the network map again. That's going to be the biggest. Well, yes, there will be. There'll be a couple of days that I think are around 30. I don't think there's going to be any longer than 30. I haven't looked for sure. But a little bit on the southeast side, and then on the Southwest side, there might be. The key is 32 days. The key is 32,000 steps. Because it's like, oh, if it's just around Shikoku in 32 days, I could take public transportation around it in like 3, 4, maybe, you know. But it's like, oh, I have to pay. Like, I have to pay my penance of 32,000 steps before I can do something. The only reason I say that, too, honestly, I don't even want to walk. I mean, I don't want to, sorry, I really want to walk. I don't want to take public transit very much, but there's one place in particular. We talked about it on last week's stream. One place in particular, I want to take about I think it's a 10-kilometer. There's a 10-kilometer, what's it called, a DMV, dual mode vehicle. I'll get right to your question in just a second. Sorry, MC. Where is it? Ah, right here. Oh, no. Huh? Where is it? Ah, here. No. Yes, there's that. Okay. Where did it? I thought it was down here. Ah, here we are. Okay, yeah. So there's... Where does it start? It starts right here. Okay. So it has these cool little dual mode vehicles. Yes. So I think what I would like to do, wake up super early. Like sunrise, 4:30 in the summer or late, spring. Wake up super early. Walk my 32,000 steps. Get to this spot and then take the train here. And this is the only place I want to take public transportation. This is it. This is the only section of trail that I like actually legitimately want to take it, because I think this is interesting enough that it clears any. And I think actually, if I remember correctly, it goes all the way to the tip. But what I would probably do is I would see. There's a couple of lodgings here. But the main issue. Montmartre? Oh, shit. Never mind. Majin Buu sign? Here we go. This is. This sign. I forget the name of it. Never mind. We have one Konmini. We're good. But ideally, we walk from here to here. How far is that? Here. And what is it? Muroto Cape. Muroto? I think that's right. Yeah. That's pretty far. But no. But we stop here. Okay, we stop here. Here, let's read it. Let's. This looks like a place that's shut down, though. 2022, that's bad. Okay, 2024, that's good. 2023. Okay, let's do this. So let's go. Sadamaru Burger. Nice little brioche bun. Okay, I see you. Sadamaru Burger. Oh, wait, what? Oh. My guy. See, this would make for a long day, but not too bad. Wake up super early, go down here, hang out at the point for a little bit, and finish with a... Well, we'll see. Signal the whole length. Down here, let's see where we're... Oh, crap, come on. Sure. No. Down this way, yes. I know you're going to say, well, type it in. The type doesn't work on this thing. I've tried. IJ. Okay, so first we check Docomo. Okay, so around the coast, looks like we got pretty good service. A little bit of rough. I mean, there will be rough patches, of course, but the problem is this side. This side is where things get a bit wacky. I think coming down to here gets a little bit, because I wouldn't be able to do a full perimeter. I would have to cut this off if I did a full quote-unquote perimeter. But I think, honestly, going here, this seems like there's some. Up here, there's way more. Oh, DMV. Sorry. Yeah, no, the DMV area is... Sorry. The DMV area has signal. Here, they might not. Appears that Rockton might not. Rockton might have some issues down here. Well, now more are loading. But... SoftBank. Okay, SoftBank's got pretty good all the way up and down. What about over here? Yeah, I think as much as I want to, we have to cut this bottom part out. It doesn't... It's also really sparse down here for like... But yeah, this tip, it appears that there's quite a lot. SoftBank and Docomo, at least. Oh, sorry. I saw that earlier. So I got right in that regard. How is hitchhiking in Japan? How is the people factor in doing the steps? What do you mean by doing the steps? Hitchhiking easy. Nah, I wouldn't say easy. It depends on how welcoming you look. But there have been people who with less Japanese skill than me who've done it successfully. Like that tree falling in the woods, if there's no signal, did you really walk it? That's fine. I mean, people are going to say the same thing. I've been posting the VODs about the big walk. A lot of the early videos, there's no signal. Like I had to cut, like I was watching it today, or re-looking at some of that stuff today on the VOD channel. The first like three, let me see. The first like 3 videos. So I realized, I had to stop. The first like, let's see, first day I had to cut short, and then the third day I had to cut short because there was no signal going through where I was going. So, if people really want to like, you know, claim it or like, oh, he didn't actually do it, then it's like, I'm not going to convince them regardless of what I've got, you know. Personally, it's more of me doing it because I'm so close to walking the perimeter anyway. Who even cares about that? I know. That's what, like, as I hopefully get bigger or grow, I know that there's going to be negative people. Can't live your life according to trolls. I know. It's it is something I get in my head about sometimes though, because I'm so like I don't want to deal with anything like that.
I'll follow you to the ends of the earth, Sensei.
Saya kita arigatou gozaimasu. How easy would be a ride? Ride would actually probably be easier. Because the good news is, like, a lot of this area... Like, a lot of this area... There's one road. So if I'm, like, here, and I'm like, hey, I'm going to this area... One, even if they're stopping, like, here... If they can get me that 4 or 5 kilometers, it'd be easy. We all do. I don't either, and I have a public persona. And you just have to ignore it if you're ever going to grow. Oh, I know. It's Oh, どういたしまして、日本楽しんで I think I'm going to visit my parents in Kagoshima, so I'm going to go back to Japan June, July for a month. Oh, いいね. I'm Japanese but live in California. Oh, いいね、いいね。鹿児島好き。去年、日本横断縦断しました。佐多岬から添岬まで歩きました。と、いや、鹿児島好き。九州好き。Not just 鹿児島 but... Oh, north to south. South to north. Judan is east to west, to show. That's right. Hold on. Yeah, Judan, hold on. Hold on, sold on. Didn't you say you were busy? Great minds. It's like disappointing both of your parents. Actually, it's like whenever you're an adult and you talk to like your mom. You're in college, you know, I didn't do anything stupid, but anytime I did something with like well, I guess whenever I was gambling full time or I'd lose X amount of money, again, per week I was still up, but I would have losing days. And she'd be like, you know, I'm not mad, it's your own money, I'm just disappointed. And you're just like, damn, that hurts. I'd rather you be mad. But it wasn't her money. It was all my money. But and the reason why that hit so hard is because I remember it was a deep cut for all the Christopher Nolan fans. Toward the end of Inception, the peak of the movie, the final countdown. This is 100% going to get DMCA'd, but we'll use all right, we're going to skip. This is the part. This soundtrack still gives me goosebumps. I'm just showing a clip, a very small clip. Talking about disappointed, but there it is. There's the goosebumps. Oh, I think so too. As far as the overall... Damn, they're all so young. To think this is like almost 20 years ago. I think also Christopher Nolan owes a huge amount of his film successes to Hans Zimmer. Full on goosebumps. So good. Anyway, that part where he says, "I'm disappointed that you tried," like that's a very powerful scene. Like this from like an editing, like getting all of that. I can't imagine like editing like some of our friends we know who have like edited for what's it called? What's that show we talk about sometimes? Trafficked with Mariana. One of our friends was an editor for Trafficked, and piecing together like. Mm-hmm. I think talk about editing. Well, it's funny you say that because I spent like 2 hours shooting and I spent a good 30 hours editing. I think it needs Venom. Did Tom Hardy play as Punisher? Venom. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, I'll be honest, I did not like Tenet at all. And I don't know, honestly, part of it might be because the music was just not as good too. Sorry to whoever did it, but Tenet. Okay, here's another thing. I watched Tenet in theaters, and the audio mixing was awful. I don't know who mixed the audio, but when the music is like blaringly loud over very important dialogue, it's very frustrating. I watched it in theaters as well. I feel like I need to watch it again, though. I need to watch it again, but it needs to be... What's up, Birdbanes? Welcome in. All right. Couldn't be bothered. I watched it in theaters, and then I was like, cool, like these are good performances, and like I kind of like the aspect of it. Hardy and Bernthal. Interesting. I think Tom Hardy's a really good actor. Bernthal is pretty good too, but I think a lot of times I've seen Bernthal, it ends up being Tenet A. Never watched it. Yeah. Yes, even when you get done editing, sometimes you have to go through test groups and investors. Yep. That's the unfortunate thing about, which is why, who's the guy who did the new movie with Michael B. Jordan? Ryan Coogler? He asked for something outrageous. It was like final cut privileges, initial box office, because I guess a lot of times like your royalty cuts don't happen until after the studio makes a profit. So like percentages starting from box office day, and then ownership of the movie 25 years after release day or something. Absolutely insane like deal, but he got it. He finally got it. I think a ton of studio, because there was a bidding war for this movie. It had Michael B. Jordan. It had a couple other people, like it had this guy writing, directing it, who did like Black Panther and some other movies. So it was a really like hyped up film. And then he was shopping this around, and the investors are like, we don't like giving you this much stuff, but now it's setting a precedent for like, oh, you can, yeah, Sinners, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's something that you can like end up like it's gonna change how deals are. Bernthal is usually pretty similar, but he's in. Well, this is the thing. This is kind of like the Ryan Reynolds Deadpool thing. Sometimes you just get perfectly. Sometimes you just get perfectly casted, and we may or may not like Ryan Reynolds, whatever, but it's in that film, and same with Bernthal. Like I think who's the guy who plays Matthew Cox plays Daredevil? I think he does a pretty good job at playing. I think Vincent D'Onofrio does a pretty good job playing Kingpin. I mean, like, I will say I think for the Netflix series they did a really good job with. I don't throw out perfects or anything, but I think they did a really solid job with that series. Avatar: Last Airbender live action movie is? I don't think I ever watched it. Did anyone watch the series on Netflix? I think I'm a big believer in. I think it's very difficult to make Japanese comic books into live action movies. I will say the one that I was actually kind of I don't want to say impressed with. I think Netflix did a reasonably good job on the One Piece series. I have not read One Piece. I've played a couple of the games at a friend's house. I watched the movie One Piece Red because that came out in theaters and Otto did the soundtrack. But I haven't read or watched the anime, the manga. And I think that for someone who has not really seen it, like to a complete beginner, I think the One Piece show did a pretty okay job at that. It was a series. It was a series. Not a movie. Not a movie. I think One Piece and Avatar the show are the best anime to live action. I'd have to check. There's another one. Vincent D'Onofrio is pretty good in most stuff. He was great in Law and Order and also great in Godfather of Harlem. He was in a show. It's probably the first movie. I forget who all's in it. No, I remember now. I'll mention the names. But this is the first movie besides it to like actually scare me. And I watched this movie as I was a little bit older. But it has Jennifer Lopez, Vince Vaughn, Vincent D'Onofrio. And they were in a movie. I know the name. They were playing a game. I know the name. Let's see if you do. And that movie creeped me out more than a lot of stuff. I mean, it's still like thinking about it sometimes. I don't rewatch it as an adult because it'll probably like dig deeper into my subconscious than it needs to be. Very weird. Good. I mean, it's like just a weird movie. Yeah, D'Onoforio's been in so much stuff. He was the first alien or not the first. He was the sugar alien in Men in Black. You like that movie? Yeah, no, it's like it's pretty good. I mean, it's a pretty decent idea. But it creeped me out for a long time. It's called The Cell. Since no one guessed it. Oh, The Cell. Okay, there you go. Article got it. So it's actually that's what I'm saying. It was so good, but it also like. I watched it as a kid. I was like probably 10 years old. And I was like, oh, this is weird. I don't get that. Like, I don't understand, you know. Yeah, not a kid movie. No, it's very much not a kid movie. Do you know the trees in the desert is a real place? Really? That kind of oasis? I guess I'm going to have to rewatch it as an adult, but we watched it during our J-Lo movie marathon? Damn, I can't believe I missed that. He's been he's been in some other ones. Let me see if I can find it. Her best movie? Well, let's be honest. It's Jennifer Lopez. J-Lo, yes. He was in Magnificent Seven. I remember that. What am I thinking? He was in something, and I was like... Dang. The Cell made $104 million against a $33 million budget. Her only assets are behind her. When I go to a serial killer flick, I don't want to see the serial killer or even his inner child coddled and empathized with and forgiven. I want to see him shot, stabbed, impaled, viscerated, and flames. The Cell serves up some of the most gruesomely misogynistic imagery in years, then ends with a bid for understanding. Dead VA in Namibia. Oh, sick. Let's pull this up in Google Maps. Damn, that's pretty... Dude, that's like out there. We're talking like, what, 50 kilometers from... $42,000 per... Oh, hold on, that's for two people. 30,000 yen a night? I mean, okay, I get it. Holy crap. That's nuts. That's a time-lapse photo for sure. Or a long shutter speed, not a time-lapse, but okay. Dude, this is crazy. Whoa. That is so wild. An RV? I don't think so. Out here, I bet, man, I don't want to like assume. I imagine driving an RV throughout Africa, even in Namibia, or I imagine it's very different. I imagine there probably aren't too many RVs. Heimeringhausen, Sinclair Mine. Lots of German down here. Groot, Schwarzgroup. I am Groot. Voitsgrund. Okay. Yeah, I don't know enough about Namibia, but I would assume that it's pretty difficult to get hold of an RV. Was there Big Daddy Dune on the map? Big Daddy Dune. Big Daddy Dune. There sure was. Holy moly. Dude. Yeah, Jabwalker's right too. There's no gas stations out here. I would love, if I had infinite money, I would think about like walking across some of these things. But I don't have infinite money, so We're not going to talk about ifs, ands, and buts. That's dope. This is wild to me. That means this tree's got roots so deep that, like, it's sucking all the water. This one tree is why there's a desert here. It's sucking all the water out of this entire area. These are all day walkers. None of them have pack. This guy might have a pack. None of them have. This guy's got a pack. None of them have packs, which means they're just day walking. Yeah, I am. I had the chance. I used to play cards with a guy, Dr. Doc Al-Jarrar, and his son Abdul. We used to call him Aboudi. Aboudi. He had a P, or not a PhD. He had an MBA. His brother had a P. His brother had his pharmaceutical degree. They both liked working as delivery drivers at Mazio's Pizza in Weatherford, Oklahoma. And he had an MBA. His brother had his PharmD, and like in their free. Second. Hello, are we back? I don't know what happened. Hello. Now we're back. Okay, cool. I was just getting to the good part. Anyway, I used to play cards with a guy called Doc Al-Jarrar. And he's probably Googleable. Let me see if I can. Doctor. I don't want, bro. Just let me look at your LinkedIn, please. Anyway, used to play cards with this guy. He was pretty high up in. He was relatively connected in Jordan, and they, I talked about it, about doing like a study abroad year over there. Because he's like, you should. He's like, you should go. He's like, he's trying to convince me to go to Jordan to study abroad. And I was like, man, I don't know. I was like, it's not. I know it's not like in the danger zone, but pretty sure Syria, Lebanon are up to some stuff, and they're your neighbors. So. Incredible audio lag. Here, let's do this real quick. We should be back. Better than Ash Jeeves or Bing It. All right. Did Yahoo it or Netscape it ever caught on? I don't think Netscape did. Yahoo it. Bing. No one in their life has seriously said, I'll Bing it. And if you say so, you're lying to yourself. The only thing you ever use like Explore, like Internet Edge or Internet, Microsoft Edge or whatever, is to immediately go download Google Chrome or Firefox or whatever is people are doing. No one ever said actually mom said a few times, but it's okay. We're not gonna, yeah, it's okay. Bing has a reputation for being good for searching for one thing. Chandler Bing it. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. All right. I think we're done for today. Think we're done for today. We're gonna wait for the ads to come back, say bye to everybody. I guess what I'm gonna do today is look through my footage and cut a trouble again, aren't I? Well, let's just say JP making an edging joke was not on today's bingo card. Don't know if you're in trouble, but unexpected. All right. Thank you everybody for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. What did we get in today? 4 hours? 4 hours is pretty good. 4 hours is pretty good. Tomorrow we'll be outside. Since he's not mad, he's just disappointed. Yeah. Full circle. Yeah, so today I'm gonna sorry drop by. No. Don't ever apologize for being late. I love that everyone comes in, and I'm very appreciative that I'm even able to. I'll try and watch the video and see what the balance looks like between the two. Well, you know what I'll do? I'll send you that. I don't know if you got to watch it yet. That's okay if you haven't, because I know you're super busy. Right now, I will send you the link to the unlisted video. I think I'm gonna cut it around the 8-minute mark, and then go in and flesh it out a bit more. Because around the 8-minute mark, there's a well, you know what? I'll just bring it up. I'll just share it again. I'll just do that thing. Did a lot of Instagram shorts, and I carried some of those over to YouTube. I posted maybe a video about it, but I never introduced myself. It was character building, perhaps. Some the isolation allowed me to realize what probably the world kind of shut down. I was working remotely, but now I didn't get to go into the office at all. Maybe the 7-minute mark, actually. Progress checks, assessments, meetings. I'd have several of those throughout the week, but to make content, I just wanted to have a hobby. Pay for the chill as always. World shut down. Of course, Corin. Thank you very much for being here. Oh no, I'm not monetized. I'm not monetized at all. I'm not even close. I don't know if I'm not even close. I'm somewhat. I think if like 1 or 2 videos did okay, and then all the shorts, Yes. If it looks like it's blacked out, here, let me go back and see. Yeah, this is because of my green screen, my current green screen. It's not because of the real life is the actual green. Yeah, I can tell you how close we are. We've the shorts. It's followers plus watch time. Yes, followers plus watch time, and then hold on. Let me see. Earn. We can look at this together. Unfortunately, a lot of my views on Dave's video don't count because it's watch hours in 1 year. It's watch hours in 1 year, and so a lot of my Dave videos, yeah. So I need 3,000 watch hours in the last year, or I need 3 million shorts views. And 1,000. I think this will come. Probably, if I had to guess, this will come first, and then this will come second, and then this will come third. Obviously. I keep hearing that some people are waiting months. I wouldn't doubt it. Anyway, 3K watch hours, yeah. Yep. That's a lot. I know. But it's just like 10,000 people need to watch a 10-minute video 3 times. I guess technically, hold on. Actually, I think I need this, right? Ooh, no, I need this. So I need 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours. I think if I get all my shorts out there, this will go up to about halfway. Because a couple of my shorts have done pretty well. Yeah, we've got 107 in the last 28 days. And I took down the thing. So, that is correct. Yes. I think, honestly, this is going to be closer. Because even at like, 50,000 views for a 1 minute. Well, I don't know. It's a whole thing. Top section is, well, I think it goes in steps. This is to do subs and stuff for like live streaming and support tools. This is for running ads on pages. But ads is where we end up getting money from, I think. But either way, it's still, yeah. This is monetization, memberships, supers, shopping. I can link these things in. This is for running ads. No, me too, JP. I don't think I'll stream on YouTube. I don't think it's worth it. I think Ludwig did. I think he noticed that kind of splitting it isn't great. Maybe he's thinking of shopping to a merch. I'm not opposed to merch. I need people to design. Unless you want my sketches as a T-shirt, which could be cool. But unless you want that to be the designs, then we need help. I need help. So All right. Yeah, let's get out of here. I need your mugshot on a shirt. That is one thing actually I miss, and I need to keep in the video. I actually really enjoyed, and it might be our new raid thing. Hold on. This part right here, I loved. I did a lot of. So hold on, let me see if I can find it. Now, in March of 2023, I was watching Dave Bull's stream. Someone casually mentioned a book. If you're familiar with my channel, you probably heard me talk about this. Is this a 2000 would have for the consider? Thought, hey, I'm 30 years old. It kind of views people as above or more. I see some similarities now, and at the time I had no idea. I thought it's impossible. He quit his job for a few months. He was a writer. This is one of my favorite. This big journey. It took him 128 days, and I thought, there's no way. There's just it's impossible. I think this might be our new raid thing. There's just no way. It's impossible. Comparing it to my perspective. But and at the time I had no idea. I thought it's impossible. He quit his job for a few months. He was a writer to do this big journey. It took him 128 days, and I thought, there's no way. There's just it's impossible. But that's anyway. I loved, like, I don't know. This is why I like editing, or like trying to learn how to edit, because like that alone, like one person's be like, that's pretty funny, but that's it. Like that's it. Like it's just gonna be a lot of one person Easter egg references, and that's why I do it. That's why I want to make YouTube. Anyway. We're gonna get out of here. We're gonna raid into Fido. Looks like Fido's. Where's Fido? Oh shit. That didn't work. All right. Love everybody. Thank you so much. Sorry that we ended up pulling the video after I posted it. Anyway, we're going to try to get stuff out as soon as possible. Thank you so much. Love you. Drink some water, and see you tomorrow. Outside tomorrow. Maybe shooting some stuff to put back in that video. So, love you guys. Have a good night. Bye.